Hey everybody, my name's Eric. I'm making a game. That game is called the Godkiller. What if God exists and you had a significant disagreement with him? Would you be in your rights to say, no, I think you're wrong? Um, that's the kind of question this game looks at in the story, but mainly you're solving puzzles and you're wandering through this world, this three-dimensional world with very detailed views, very intricate rooms and buildings that you're inside of, and you explore and you get chased by things and you fight things, and there's no inventory, there's no power-ups, well, sort of loosely power-ups, but it's honestly the growth in the game. The stats that improve are the ones that are in your own brain, or at least I won't make some claim that you get smarter when you play the game, but you definitely get more able to work with the symbols and the concepts that are presented as you progress through the different levels of the game. So there's a sense of you're actually boosting your skill set to get further through the game. Your real skill set, the one between your head, between your ears. So anyways, I'm going to show the game to you. I'm going to show some recent progress. I had one of those really lovely moments this morning where, I mean, you hear about this. It's like a kind of a pop psychology thing, but it does work every once in a while, where there was some problem that was kind of hard, and you just wake up one morning with the solution to it. And I'll show you. I'll show you. Okay. Shaders, I'm not good at shaders. And this is the first change I made to a shader where I wrote in the code and it immediately worked exactly as I hoped. That never happens to me. It's always like, oh, I should not modify this in play mode. Okay, let's unplay this. Okay, I'll show you the old way it worked, and then I'll show you the new way, the before and the after. Okay, so let's put in the old way, which is this. Okay, because I want to be able to describe the problem to you. So let me hit play. I'll show the old way that the outline shader worked. Okay, this is a shader that puts all the black lines on the edges of things, and I experimented with a bunch of kind of off-the-shelf shaders. Then I found in one asset called FlatKit there was an outline shader, and it was like it wasn't their showpiece, I'll say. They had a whole bunch of other stuff in that asset that was all about making sort of a cartoon-like rendering of your scene. And what I was keenly interested in is these black lines that show up at the edges of objects. And their shader that they include the source code for, I took and I applied it to my project. And then the first thing I thought was, I want these lines as they get closer to the camera to be thicker. And so I worked on that for a while, and I did come up with a solution. I'm pretty proud of that. It was like my first change to a shader, and it worked. And it took about I don't know, it was like a day or two of work to well, mainly I'm just learning about shaders on that particular task, but got it to work. And so what happens is that instead of having a uniform line applied to these edges of things, the number of pixels that's used for each line goes up, as you get closer to the camera. Now there's some depth of field stuff that's blurring up here, which sort of it doesn't show you everything that's going on, but if I'm looking at a line way down there in the distance, it's going to be maybe 1 pixel thin. 1 pixel thick. And up here it's probably jumping to 2 or 3 pixels. I think this is probably a 2 pixel line. This is probably a 3 pixel line. Okay, but there's a crease there. There's a jump. You can see it here. You can see it here, where we went from maybe 2 pixels to 3. And it kind of looks like more than that. Like maybe it went from 2 to 4. I think it's only a 1 pixel jump. But there's a definite discontinuity there. So I thought about that. I didn't come up with an ideal solution, but I came up with a pretty good one that improves that line quality. So I will show you the solution that I just woke up with this morning. It's quite a gift, isn't it? You just are kind of mulling over a problem, and then you fall asleep, and then you wake up and you got the solution. That is quite a gift. It just makes me feel grateful. Not to anyone besides, I guess, biology and the hardware it supplied me with. But the human mind is an amazing thing. Okay, so what I did, as I said, and this was kind of like not a fully thought out sort of solution. I thought, I know I've got a variable that tells me how many pixels that line should be. Okay, it is thickness, so that's passed in, and I've got some other thing where I'm adjusting that based on the screen dimensions and stuff like that, the resolution the person's got. Okay, and I thought, well, what I could do is just change the opacity when it gets further from the points where it's really meant to be 1 pixel or 2 pixel. So there's a point where it would be nice if it was 1.5 pixels. But it's a pixel. We don't get to have 1.5 pixels shown on the screen. The display mode means that if you have 1 pixel on or off, that's it. You don't get to say inside of your screen that there's going to be 1 extra pixel in between those two. If you really want that, then you should be in a higher resolution mode. And actually, these discontinuity problems I'm talking about, they're much less obvious when I turn the resolution up. So that's one solution. You just tell somebody it looks kind of janky, just run it on a better monitor or a better graphics card that can support that larger monitor. But not everybody's going to do that. So I wanted some solution between that. So what you do in graphics, when you have an in-between value that can't be represented purely by the pixels, is you can have the color value itself it be in between the two. So I basically took that approach. I said if we are closer to that evenly divisible, it's going to be 1 pixel or 2 pixel, then we'll make it darker, we'll make it blacker, we'll make it more opaque. And if we're further away from that, if we're like right in between, we'll reduce the opacity. We'll make it much less visible. Okay. So I have this adjusted opacity calculation, and down here, instead of using just the single color, I say, give me a color that's going to be between the original and between the edge color by the amount of the adjusted opacity. So if the opacity is very low, it's going to take more of the original color, or the color of the object in the scene before I put an edge on top of it. If it's the opposite, if it's closer to a higher opacity, it's going to bring in the edge in just a black color. Okay, so I'll show you the difference. It's not like just super amazing. It's just one of these nice refinements. And one thing that I get out of this, besides that sort of continuity in the lines, which you'll see in a moment after Unity finishes loading, is I get to use black. I like a full black for places where it's really clear that it should be that. Okay, so it kind of fades out over here. There's an argument I could make that maybe I want to not have it go to 0 opacity when it gets to 0.5. I might explore that a little bit. But I get kind of a nice continuity of the line as it goes up. And it's starting to come back in here. It's starting to get thicker again. If I look at, like a line like this, it looks pretty good all the way up. Same for this. There is sort of a fading out thing. So like right here, it's probably very close to maybe 1 pixel, and down here it's moving towards 0. This is probably around like what would be like a 0.5 edge, where it's the opacity just kind of faded almost all the way out. Comes up this way, it starts fading out again because it's getting at the halfway point for showing 2 pixels. This is like 1.5 pixels here. So anyways, for me it's a pretty good improvement. I know it's not ideal, because the ideal thing is you keep the interior pixels of a thicker line black, and you just apply like an anti-aliasing to the outer edges where it's useful. But baby steps. I may at some point get like the full Manifold Garden beautiful outline shader type thing. I keep pointing to Manifold Garden. I have a lot of respect for that project and the technical achievements there for a small indie studio to come up with that. They did some shader magic over there for sure. So you can still see like examples where really it would be much better if we had anti-alias pixels, particularly around these edges here. But I'll take it. It looks pretty good to me. Now the other thing that I did yesterday, I took some advice from a guy. You can see some of his comments up above. Cicada Forest. He said, "Oh, you're using real-time lighting." I go, "Yeah, because I'm got a little grudge against the baking system, and it doesn't seem to produce any kind of reliable results for me. It takes me forever to try anything. I seem to be getting good results with real-time lighting. Plus, I get a bunch of nice effects around things that generate shadows in real time." And so he said, "Well, okay, if you want to do real-time lighting, then you should do deferred rendering or deferred shading instead of forward rendering. It'll be much more performant." And he was dead right on that, as he was on a number of other things. I think I've gotten like about 4 tips now from him that were just highly valuable. So yeah, I'm quite appreciative of his help. I went to my most hoggish levels, ones that would, some of the viewpoints where you go way high up in the air would bring the frame rate down to maybe 30 frames per second. And those are all 100 plus frames per second now. There is like one place I went to all the hog spots and checked out the frame rate. There's one place where frame rate is tortured the most. It used to drop down to 20 frames per second, which is just almost like quit the game bad if you're playing the game. It really is not fun to play it at 20 frames per second. And then that's up to 40. There's still some issues there that really have to do with like too many special effects being used at one point. But overall, the whole performance of the game it's like doubled as far as the frame rate goes. So that's great. I'll do one more thing for the demo. I will show the final version of the Moebium level. I kept on fidgeting with it. Yesterday I said it was done, but as soon as I went back to that level a little bit later, felt like I needed to make a few more changes, and I think the result's pretty good. And also I'm a little bit excited to see what this looks like with the shader changes I just made, because it's a level where the lines just go down, down, down. There's some long lines in the game. You get to see quite a distance. So I did something that I haven't done before, which was I took the clouds and this background, this ground here, and just made everything rotate. Okay. The last one I did, it didn't have the ground rotating. I experimented too. At first I had it going at a pretty good clip, like Space Needle speed, if you're ever up in the Space Needle. Not merry-go-round speed, but like, let's see. What's a better metaphor that people might get? Display pedestal speed, if you watch, like, anyways, let's just play it. Then I slowed it way down. I made the clouds just stay in place too, because there's enough, a little bit of that rotation and chaos goes a long ways. So I slowed it way down. It was kind of interesting to look at when I was moving faster, but when you're trying to play the game, it just sort of makes you queasy, just a little bit queasy. Anyways, and then I fixed up a few things in the level. So all these little things you don't want the player to do within the level, and you have to seal them off in different ways. So like you don't want the player to land on what should be a wall and just be standing on top of the wall. At least I don't. I say you don't. I don't know what you want to do. Here's here's another contribution from Cicada. Is the clouds will fade out as they start to go through an object. That's something called soft particles. So there's a shader that's used for particle systems, and you can apply that to things that aren't in a particle system. These clouds are like particles, but there's my own code for controlling them. It's not Unity code. Okay, so here's the level. I think I'll play through it in a more relaxed way than I did yesterday. I was really rushing to be available for when my parents were going to show up at my house yesterday. Okay, so top of this thing, I'll do the player empathy exercise. Okay, you can see that the exit is just to the south of you. There is a little place to jump down. You can see far below a player who got this far in the game would recognize that tiny little thing down there as a present, which is the bonus challenge to get. But let's go down there to get a better look. Okay, so there's the exit. That's the first goal of the level. Here's the bonus, the present. That's the second optional goal of the level. Every level's got those two things to it, so that a more lighter player, I struggle to find the right words. I don't like to use the word casual because it's got all these connotations, like they're going to be playing match 3 games and stuff like that. But I'll say a lighter player. I don't want to say like a dumber player. No, it's not like that. It's more like how much mental energy do you want to put into a puzzle solving challenge. So I'll call them lighter players, because it's not derisive. It's not saying there's something wrong with them or they're less capable. It's the style of play that they prefer is a little bit lighter. Like they'll solve some puzzles, but they don't want to like really get into it. Let's have a hard puzzle. No, just they're calibrated a little bit differently than the heavy puzzler. So the heavy puzzler does not mind defeat in a single session at being able to solve this puzzle. And they might really stop themselves from going off to a YouTube Let's Play video to get the answer. They go, no, I gotta solve this. It's gonna be tough, but I gotta figure it out. That's their mindset. And the presents are for them. I know these people. I love these people. They're great. Alright, so let's kill myself to go back up top. Alright. So this thing up here that swirls around, it's an altar. And it's been introduced in previous levels. So the player would know that if they push the block onto the altar, I'll talk about what just happened there later. If they push the block onto the altar, it's going to destroy every other block that has the same letter on it, or number in this case, and they will go back to their nearest matching block pad that has the same letter on it as the block does. Now, they might have noticed that the floor down below kind of opened and closed, or opened and closed. So it might not be clear to them what exactly happened, but we'll go down there and explore. Okay. So there's a 1 and a 1 here together, and they're spelling the same word or collection of characters as is on this letter bridge here. Okay, that's what's holding this letter bridge closed and opaque. As soon as these numbers are disrupted, probably it's going to close this. Though other exception would be if somewhere else on the level there are 2 1 blocks together and we just can't see them right now, it would keep this bridge open. There's a W block here. We did see when we went down to look at the present that there was the word weld there. So the heavier puzzler is going to be thinking, I want weld. And maybe the lighter puzzler is going to say, let's just see what easier thing we can do to get to the exit. Maybe I'll come back later for the weld when I want more challenge. Okay, so we haven't formed a strategy yet. Split the ones, and yes, the floor does open. See, because it's not spelling the same word that's on the letter gate. So then you can drop through. You're at this other tier. We'll call it tier 2. There's an E. So if we were worried about weld, we know that where 2 letters are that could spell them. It does seem that since blocks move down and they never move up unless you destroy them and the only pad is up above them, that the strategy is probably going to involve moving blocks in a downward way so they can be combined. Okay, so you look around a little bit, these different areas, and here you might kind of notice, see, we are rotating a little bit, just a little bit, and decide that's a good amount. Let's not make everyone seasick or sky sick. Alright, so let's continue going down. Here is an interesting thing, well, depending on who you are. The 3 floor is already open, the 4 tier is closed. So we don't have an opportunity to drop to tier 3. So we're going to end up skipping past it to tier 4. Okay, so there's D. We skipped past 3, and I think L was visible. So L was on tier 3. We have W, E, D. We could worry about getting access to tier 3 in order to spell weld. But we've seen all the letters for spelling weld. So it remains to be seen what is beneath here. Spikes. Now also, there's W-E-D right there, okay? That is a letter bridge that could close, and we could potentially land on that and go someplace. Usually when you see a letter bridge, and there's letters around to spell it, you probably want to close it so that you're able to land on it or walk across it or something like that. I the author of these levels, I don't just put letter bridges in just for just for kicks. There's usually some purpose or reason for it. So if you see WD out there, you probably know it's worthwhile spelling WED, so you can use it. So let's see about spelling WED. I go down here. It's also a rule that you can't ever get stuck in this game. You can always keep moving. So as a player, I know at this point, after having played 35 levels or so, maybe more, actually more like 40, that it's safe to just jump down somewhere. I won't have to restart. In this case, I can't go any place. Maybe there's a crawl space north of here. I see spikes south, east, and west. So it kind of implies that if I go north, there's going to be spikes there too. And there was. Worth a shot. Okay. Now I'm back up top. All the floors are open. But I think I know how to close them. So I'll start with 4. 4 is closed. Okay, I'm just going to close them all. Alright. So that there is a little glitch where it actually takes a little while for the particle effect to start up, and by the time there's a frame drop there, and by the time it comes back, and it's like a tenth of a second's gone by, and it's like long enough for the key repeat thing to be detected, and it issues an extra command, and the player dies, even though that's not the intent. I might see if I can do something about that in this session. Alright, so let's try to spell something. Okay, I think it is the right strategy to take letters down. From what I've seen, doesn't seem like the level offers any other strategy. So the question is, where do the letters, where should they end up at in order to spell? And I noticed at the very bottom, under the 4th tier, there is a space that's open. And just thinking deductively about it, if I'm dropping letters down from tier to tier, and they land on spikes at the bottom, those letters, they'll get destroyed. They'll go back to their block pads. The letter bridge in question will not be open. And also, as a player, I've seen that the author of the levels tends to put things in for a reason. So, I think I'm meant to align the spelt word with that little patch of baldness at the bottom of the 4th. So I'm going to try to get the W off in this corner. And just looking at what I've got here, I can either send it off this way, or I can send it this way. If I send it this way, it'll get stuck in here. So I'll just assume it's going this way. Now I've got a problem that I'd like to push it south, but there's no way to get in there without destroying the W block. So if I just push my way in, W block goes back there. But there's some other stuff over here. The stairway, it looks like I can jump over the top. That's what I did. Alright, so now I've got W where I want it. And I just opened the letter bridge for tier 1, dropping down to tier 2. Here, this looks pretty easy to get E in place. And it's my policy on these demos not to show the bonus challenges. So I'm just going to skip past the next tier, which is where the L is. But the challenge would be to see, can I get L on the end of here? I'm going to skip past it. I'm going to go right on to the 4th tier. Okay. So then there's a D here. I can, let me think about this. If I push it south, well, I'll just do it and I'll show you what happens. I've got nowhere to push it from here to get it over there, so that's probably not the right way. Let's stick it back where it was. This time, let's go the other of the two directions. I can really only push it south or east. I mean, if I go up this way, like there's nothing to do with it. You can't get it anywhere else. So just exploring the different ways you could push the block. It's going to be south or east. Let's go east this time. Got that same problem where I can't get around to the side to push it, by just going trivially in that direction. That would just destroy the D block. But I see stairs all over the place. There's got to be some way to get into that corner. Okay, so there's like a gap in the wall over here. I can, bam, go there. Okay, same problem again. I can't get over there, except there's a way. What if I wanted to pop off the side here? I'd just die. I assume so. I don't see any evidence I should drop down here. Okay. So I push it west. You heard that sound. That means a letter bridge closed below. Now, oh, I gotta get to the 4s to break them up to open the tier 4 floor. There's a way to get over there. Oh, I skipped over one thing there. But these spikes here are to prevent me from dropping down and getting to the exit in a way without spelling WED. That's an example of one of the things I had to patch up last night when I thought I was done, but I wasn't really done. Okay, so I see WED there. It's closed. And you can see how WED fell down into the bald area, or the little recess amongst the spikes. Is there a way to get onto WED from here? There's not, but I'm not worried about it because I can just kill myself and go back up top. And from the very top, I can see that I can drop down here. People texting me maybe. All right. And then this is a thing you'd get used to 40 levels in. Far down below is a little pink square, just like these ones here, that shows this is where you would land if you fell. Really hard to see it unless you kind of know the pattern because you played a number of levels. But even if you couldn't see it or you didn't know what it was, I mean, you're just going to try it. You're fine to try things. It's no big deal to try things. Like, if I want to see what happens if I go in this corner. Okay, I died, and I came back out at the egg. But, you know, this game does not penalize you for just trying something. It just doesn't matter that much if you die. So I could go and try all of these. And there, I know. So that experiment has been run. So let's go ahead and try this one. Bam, I'm on top of WED. Okay. And here I can see the new place to go is south of me. I can't tell that there's something to catch me and it's not spikes or fatal. But again, the game is just going to let you try things. It's not going to penalize you for trying things. So I'll go ahead and fling. And something did catch me. By the way, here's the 2 spikes I was talking about before. So like if we had walked up to here and tried to drop down to this point here and kind of circumvent the intended solution, the spikes would have been there to say, nope, you're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. I am looking at this and thinking like I might want to ease up a little on my shader as far as setting the opacity. Because when it gets to that 0.5 area right now, I'm saying that can be completely transparent. So when there's something that's at 0.5, it does look a little bit off. So I think I'm going to adjust the minimum opacity of that a little bit. Alright, so there's the level exit. And there's the elusive present off to the west. If you want to spell weld, you can get it. Alright. Then it loads the next level, etc. So let's unplay. Pardon me, I will be right back. Right back. Enjoy the holy algorithm. Okay, shader time. See if I can find a good example just in the scene, in the editor, where it seems to fade out way too much. So this is not a bad example. So right here has got to be around that 0.5 mark. Let me let's set a kind of a lower bound to it. Adjusted opacity. Between 0.5 on adjusted opacity. Okay. That might be it right there. Because now it doesn't totally fade out. Okay, let me see if I can find the place where it gets discontinuous. Suppose it's right there, but it's still doing an okay job of hiding that. Nice thing about shaders is not hard to see the results of a change quickly. So let's go ahead and play with it some more. Let's okay. I suppose, can I do const values? I'm sure I can. I'm not going to worry about the const thing. Okay. So that one's okay. Here, let's just do this. We'll say 0.5 okay. Then if I say 1, it should just go back to looking ugly in the same way it originally did. Or actually a little bit worse, because it's using entirely black on these lines. That's what I think will happen. Yeah. So right there, that's where there's like a change from 1 to 2 pixels. Yeah, this is solid black all the way. It does look ugly. Let's get to a point where I can see a clear edge marker again. Is that an edge, or is that? Yeah. some of this stuff is making it a little bit harder to see where the discontinuity is. So like anything that has got a translucent surface does not participate in the outline. Like it's not applied to it. It doesn't detect this as something with depth or edges, because I'm struggling to make sure I understand this right. Not to explain it right, to make sure I understand it right. So there's a depth texture, and the depth texture has some value in it, which represents I think the distance from the camera to the point where a surface is rendered, but it has to be an opaque surface. So when the camera is looking, when that depth texture is being generated, it's like it raycasts right through this window, even though you can see it in here. It's not part of the depth texture because light passes through it. Not all the light, but some of the light passes through it. And so, I mean, you think about how else are they going to come up with a depth texture? They could say, okay, we're going to treat this translucent stuff as the point where the edge happens, and then if that were the case, we would get an edge around all of this. But that would cause other problems, like particle effects would show up as having edges around them, things like that. So what that means is when I'm looking at a line like this, it seems to be that the window is affecting how that edge is rendered. So it confuses me a little bit. Although I think that thing I just got done explaining doesn't really sufficiently explain why there's no edge here. I mean, it looks like there is an edge. There is an edge, but somehow the texture from this translucent surface is affecting it. Yeah, it is. So as soon as I get it free of that translucent surface, I see the edge proper. Okay, so this has got a 2 pixel weight there. Also, some of these lines are being, the edges are being calculated based on normals, differences in normals going over a certain threshold, while others are being calculated based on differences in depth. So the calculation here for how thick the line is going to be is more based on depth than it is over here where it's more based on normal. So all this is making me think this is actually a tough view that I'm looking at right now to zero in on the particular differences I want to be aware of. Okay. Let's see if I can get. This is kind of odd to me because I was expecting to see some jumps from 1 to 2. This all looks like 1 to me. I'm not quite sure why. Boat! Thank you. Oh, it might be that I'm not going to see it in the scene view. It might be I need the game view. I'm playing with the outline shader. Alright, so let me go back to that other level because I had a case that was very clear to me and easy to see the results of. So that was, what was that, lower basement? Upper lower basement, I think is what it was. Let's try that. Okay, this is the one where it matters a little bit more. Okay, my depth of field. Hold on, let me just, maybe I gotta hit play to see this, I'm not sure. Just trying to see this certain artifact I'm aiming to solve, which is jump. There it is. Maybe I have to see it in play mode because it's got a larger resolution to deal with there. Okay, so that goes between 1 and 2. It's got ugliness here because the area that it occupies is it just really this is sort of like the borders have gotten too big to show the interior. So now I've got a solution for this, and I'm just playing with the numbers to see what the actual best parameter is for it. Okay, outline or shader. Not bad. Let's do 0.75, which is in between those two. Okay, can't really tell yet. Okay, it's definitely better because then I can start to see the interior of the pipe here in this sort of middle range between where it really looks like it should be halfway between 1 and 2 pixels. Here I can definitely see that destroying this. I don't think this is as good as the 0.5 setting, but it's nice to see some options that show me it's too far in one direction for that value. So 0.5 might have just been the best one. We'll say 0.75 worse. Let's try the other direction. Or actually, let's do 0.25. Then we'll probably see the other problem a little more, which is where the lines just really fade out too much around the middle pixel areas. Okay, so now I don't have like any kind of problem with a discontinuous look around the edge. So it's fading through pretty good. Here I lose the edge more than I want to. So I am liking 0.5 better than 0.25. I'm going to put it back to 0.5. And I think that's probably where I want it, to be honest. I could put a slider for this in the inspector, but I don't know. I just think 0.5 is probably it. I think that's going to be it. besides that, if I start getting into tweaking this more, I'm probably going to see if I can figure out how to do anti-alias pixels. Alright, so here's 0.5. As soon as it decides to yeah, it feels kind of like best of both worlds sort of thing. Yeah. So I'm getting crisper outlines because I get to use black, full black at some points, and I'm getting a smoother gradation around those boundaries where it jumps from using 2 pixels instead of 1 for the edge, or even more if I get up closer to the camera. Yeah, so that I'm pretty happy with. That was a solution that came to me in the middle of the night while I was sleeping. Alright, so today is going to be a grab bag day. I'm going to look for things to fix, small improvements to make. I don't have any large tasks. I might discover one in the middle of the day. I've got, for the moment, a moratorium on making new levels because I've got plenty. I'm only going to make a new level if I've just got a real burning desire, like some wonderful idea, or there's some sort of learning smoothness problem to solve, like a player doesn't quite get how alters are supposed to work. So they need one more level to explain one facet of them. But yeah, I mean, there probably will be some more levels, but I'm not going to try to make them now. I'm going to wait for a good reason to make them. Okay, so things to do. Let's clean up the code that's not used anymore. Let's do a git commit because it's been a while. It's 2 hours in deferred, I believe. What else is down here? Oh, soft pixels on clouds. Some level fixes. Exploder optimization. This one's bugging me because I'm not done there. That might be the one I work on next. Selection base. Wow, a lot of stuff recently. Celebrate with a sip of coffee all the recent accomplishments. Bottom of this mouse is gross. Look at all this. I guess it's just a bunch of lint or solidified dust on the bottom of it. I'm just going to get rid of that. Don't have to have a disgusting mouse. I could just clean it slightly. It's no longer disgusting. This is my new philosophy. I don't complain about things. I just fix them. Move on to the next problem. Oh, I say that. I'll end up complaining about lots of stuff. But trying to do less of that. Particularly when you run into people that just tell you the solution when you're in the middle of complaining about stuff. That's a nice indicator that you're complaining too much. Okay. So here's the thing I could complain about, which is it is very inefficient to show or hide large numbers of game objects at once. I'm not sure what to do about it. Okay, let's start with a test level that lets me reproduce the problem easily. Let's open up test stairs. There's one level, that Moebium level that I was just on, which really demonstrates the problem, but because it's got so much geometry in the scene, whenever I start it to test out a change, it's like 30 seconds or something like that to wait for it to play. Okay, so testing stairs, that's the one I keep using. There's my old test bed. Let's get rid of some stuff I don't need. Alright, let's just get rid of almost all the blocks and block pads. Let's just get rid of them all. I can redo them pretty quick. Okay. And I don't really need all this stuff. Get rid of that. Forgetting to keep track of recent stuff completed in my release notes, which go out to the testers. So let's do that. New level. Moebium. Wow, I'm going to give them 5 new levels on this one. I'm going to get that build out early so they've got time. Some of these levels are hard too. Okay. This is the kind of problem that I may not get a satisfying answer to in this session. The one that I'm going to try to solve. And I'm going to try not to let that bug me if that's the case, because I do have not a hard rule for myself, but a strong guideline that whatever problem I set out to solve in a session, that I should get it solved in that session. And let me see. So if I've got A there, then let's get a block pad. Okay. Problem is when there is a large letter gate with like a lot of squares, that it will take a long time for it to initialize, and or the first time the effect is run, it will take a long time for it to be performed. I do not understand exactly yet what the reasons are. I've narrowed it down a fair amount. It has to do with if you've got a large number of renderers to turn off in a game object, or not a game object, but all of its child game objects. The first time you do it, it takes a long time. Okay, so let's do the giant letter bridge. Ah. Okay. So then put on this letter bridge A and A, so it'll match this formation here. It will start out closed. Let's see if this reproduces the problem. Okay. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so it was there. It was a little frame drop. I felt it. It wasn't extremely pronounced. And the second time I do it, no big deal. Although I bet you there was a frame drop there as well. It just didn't, it wasn't like large enough to feel it. Okay. So what's going on underneath the hood? In the particle system, there are points where all the particles should be turned on or off, hidden or shown. And there's just hundreds, thousands really. So thousands of game objects. And each one of those game objects, the renderer is being set to true or false. One initial optimization I did, which was helpful but didn't completely alleviate the issue, was get all the renderers when the object initializes and store them in variables so I don't have to look them up with get component in children or any other thing like that. But there's still, I can feel it, you know. I can feel it when it, I can't now because I did it one time. So it didn't totally alleviate the problem. All right, let me just start brainstorming. Get rid of this. Frame drop is really what I'm talking about. So first I'm spelling out what is it I'm trying to achieve with my solution. Ideally, optional. No large delay in initialization of exploder either. So it would be acceptable if this initial delay was just put into not when the player first does the effect, but when the scene loads during level load. Okay, potential solutions. This is a brainstorming session, so I'm going to put all the crappy solutions and half ideas into. Move effect into a particle system. These might be more like not full ideas, but like things I need to research next to see if it's a possible lead. Because I'm not really sure what will fix it at this point. Perform. The slow operation during init. I don't know exactly how to do this yet. I already tried to do it and I was unsuccessful. It's because I do have a call to hide all the particles. Okay, it might be that you have to turn particles to enable plus disable renderers. Because every time I do it the second time around, it's not bad. It's the first time that's bad. So if I could just do it during level load, even if I don't really need it to happen then, do this, turn the renderers off and then back on, or vice versa, then I would pull that frame drop into the level load, which is not nearly as bad. Okay. Number 3. Pool all pool of open close. Use a pool of letter gate exploders that persists between scenes. Booter. Okay, so this idea is that instead of having the this exploder, this custom particle system thing, be attached to a scene object and load with it. So right now each block has got its own dedicated exploder that's tied to it. I'd instead put it inside of a pool that would persist between the levels. And then, like, if there was any slowdown at any point, it would happen one time, maybe at the very beginning of the game while the whole game is loading. And I wouldn't have it again. I would be using more memory than I need to on levels that don't need all of the exploders. So that would be the downside. I'll come back to like the pros and cons of each approach. Number 4, what else can I do? Just half ideas. Set layers. Of objects and have camera not show objects on set object, set particle object layers, particle objects layers to a new hidden layer and have camera not show objects on hidden layer. So that's sort of dependent upon the operation of setting a game objects layer being more performant than turning this renderer off and on, and that seems dubious, but it's an idea. I'm brainstorming. Number 5. This is wild brainstorming now. Write a shader to render the exploder. This is like rebuilding from scratch type stuff. Use transform position to hide particles. Number 7. I'm going to group these two together. Transform position or scale to hide particles. So the idea being that instead of turning the render on and off, I would just move the position of the particles to be way off camera. You know, this just set the Y value to be up above the camera someplace. Or the scale, if you set the scale to 0, effectively the particles disappear. You know, each one is worth considering separately because there's potential differences in the approach. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to do pros and cons to figure out what my first one that I'll do is this one, very costly to rewrite. This one, very costly to rewrite, and I can't picture it. So it's not a full solution. It's just like kind of vaguely thinking, maybe I could just do this all in a shader, but I'm not a good shader guy at all. So these two solutions are almost certainly out. This one, very easy to try. Minus doesn't avoid large delays in initialization. Plus level load times decreased. Any delay would be just when game loads. Assuming number 2 works. Minus more memory usage on levels that don't have a lot of gates and don't need them in the exploders. Plus maybe generalizable to the other kinds of exploders. So yeah, I am, every time a level loads, initializing these kind of pre-made particle systems, custom particle systems called exploders for the block destruction events, for the letter gates opening and closing, and for enemies being destroyed. Those are all done with this custom particle system I created called exploder. And here when I say move to a particle system, to Unity's particle system, also say here, not sure if customization I want is possible. So I know there's ways to reuse Unity's particle system. All right. There's a class of ideas here that are just kind of like half ideas, and I don't really know. They would need more research. Let's put them down here. Oh, not this one. This one is one of the most practical ones. I'll probably do it. Okay. But this one would need more research. Okay. I'll say number 8, dots. Somebody said something like dots is good for this. I have no idea. It seems like it would be like a lot of moving things around. And, yeah. Figure out what about the particle system. Unity particle system is more performant in showing, hiding particles, and copy that approach if I can. I mean, it might be buried within the Unity engine, doesn't have any APIs that expose that possibility. Seems moderate difficulty. I don't want to put minus or plus for like the effort. Just seems kind of in the middle. It's like something that might take me an hour to try out. maybe very performant. I don't know. Is there anything bad about it? I'll just say if it works and it's performant, then great. Okay, plus I'm pretty sure the operation takes much less time than show hide on renderer. The reason I'm pretty sure is that after that initial ka-chunk, all the particles are moving. They're all moving. And that part does not show frame rate issues. At least visually it doesn't. So it seems like it's like ka-chunk, and then after that initial turning all the particles on, the update of them, like, you know, all moving at once, does not seem bad at all. And since setting the transform position to be off camera is the same operation as moving those particles, be pretty confident that that is going to take much less time than this turning the renderers off and on. By the way, one approach I already tried and ruled out is using set active instead. It's got the same issues. It seems to just underneath the hood turn the renderers off and on, and that, however, it causes the delay. It seems to be the exact same delay. Okay, minus maybe affects overall frame rate to have thousands of active goes that are off camera. This one below, same kind of thing, that are despite them being too small to see. So the theory is that the renderer or either the CPU or the GPU might still be spending a fair amount of time figuring out, in this case, that the particles are outside of the camera display area. There could be all kinds of like checks to see that if those GOs are inside of the camera's frustum. And for this one, it might be the same kind of calculations, and it might even be worse, like, because these particles, they could be on camera and not cold for some operations that are performed on them. This one might actually be worse than this one. So I'm not sure. Plus, on this one, easy to try. Just have show hide particles, add or subtract a constant to y. Pretty sure I can do it that way. This one is maybe just a little bit harder to try out. Because the scale is already being used for other calculations, so it doesn't seem as decoupled. Okay. So this gives me some ideas. This is the stuff I hope we don't have to go down and look at. I mean, this is the stuff that's like, oh, boy, that is costly. And I could come up dry on it too. So I could spend a lot of time looking into it, and I could just come up dry. Okay. All right, so let's do this one, which is very easy to try. Let's do that one first. So my thought was, I already have something in the init that will hide particles, but maybe it's showing them that really causes the problem. So I can try this first. You can say init show, then hide, and see if that pulls the delay forward to just the initialization, which will happen in level load when start gets called, and not the first time that you actually try to do it in the game. Okay, that's the theory. I'll see if it works. And there's some black box stuff inside of Unity that it's not going to tell me whether or not, you know, I can't read the documentation and figure out is that going to help or not, you know, what's the correct way to do it. Okay, here we go. Nope, I felt it. I felt that delay. So it's still there, and there it's not. So that made no difference, unfortunately. Okay. So this one, it's like I didn't actually perform the slow operation. Whatever the slow operation was, it wasn't actually performed. So that's a little frustrating to me because I did narrow it down to these functions, which are performed elsewhere. So I'll show you how I narrowed it down. So show particles and hide particles, they're called in different places. Okay. At the start of the effect, when you're going to show the effect, you say show particles. Okay. At the end of the effect, you say hide particles. And each of these, all it's doing is going through the renderers and checking to see, not checking, but actually setting them to be enabled or not. So if I take the places where it is so here is the start of the effect where you're calling this to start the effect. If I take these and comment them out, it might seem like I'm wasting time to, like I'm explaining to a imaginary audience that doesn't really care about this, but I'm actually verifying that the result that I remember is the correct one. So if I take these out, then my assertion is that I won't have that delay, that initial delay. In fact, I think I'll just only take this one out for the moment, since that's the seems to be, in my mind, the narrow spot where the delay is coming in. So if I hit play here, yeah, it was fast. It was super fast. Like here, when I say it was fast, there's a piece of information that's hidden from anyone watching the stream, which is I click the key, my brain knows when I press that key. And if there's like a 50 millisecond, 100 millisecond delay before the screen updates to show the result of me hitting that key, then that's the thing that I can feel is wrong. Okay, I didn't feel that on the first push of this. It was like, doop. It wasn't, oh. It wasn't, oh. I'm making a noise to kind of represent like the experience, the gap between me pressing the key and when I actually see something happen as a result of me pressing the key. So if it's like, don't, just like as soon as I press the key, don't, all's good. If it's it's not good. It feels terrible. We all hate it when we press a key in a game and there's not an instant response to it. You would not play a game if every time you pressed a key it was like press press then move, press move. No, you want press move, you want move. You don't want press move. So that's what I'm getting at. That's the horrible thing that must be vanquished. All right, so I have verified it really is when show particles is called. But in this situation, I had hoped that since I'd narrowed it down to this call, that having the same call in the initialization or the code which is called from start would pull that forward, that delay, and then the subsequent times that when I was actually in the game without the level load, in the game after the level load, that it wouldn't be slow and have that delay. But didn't work. I'm not sure why, but it's going to be a black box problem. It's going to be like Unity's got things it initializes during start, and it's a different situation. Maybe it's like a cross frame thing. Like it's a black box thing, and I don't know how much I want to fiddle with it to try to see if I can bring that delay forward. It seems like I tried in a reasonable way. I don't have insight in something else I can do that would be useful. I will add one other option, but it's kind of a gross option, which is let's call this to be, and I'll revise this to be the new idea. Perform the slow operation on update. This would definitely be a hack if it worked. After start. So you'd have some variable perform, let's see, perform hide, let's see, show hide operation. I'm going to start. So you'd have some variable which is like, have I done this yet or not? And then on the update code, you'd say, I haven't done it? Okay, I'm going to do it one time. And that's based on the idea that I can still pull it forward, but it has to be done inside of a frame update instead of start. Since I've already found out that just doing the same operation that's slow inside of start will not pull the delay forward. I get to delete this one because that's not as easy to try. But it's still a possibility. I want to try one of these other ones first. Let's do number 6. Since this did nothing, no reason to keep it in. At least it didn't do anything substantial. Didn't do anything noticeable. Okay, so I could say that to hide the particles, that's what these are the quads. That's where it is. That to hide the particles, I would just set the Y value up or down by an amount. So we'll say for each quad in quads. It's not a real accurate name. I started out with the quads being just assuming each particle was just a single flat surface. Then I moved on to allowing them to be full 3D objects. Quad transform position y equals you know what, let's just make them go like that for now. And we'll take this out. I think the normal animation is going to set these positions at the start. So there's that. And then I need to, I'll clean this up and make it nice if it works, but I need to turn the renderers on someplace. So let's do that in it. And after I do that, I will not bother to okay, hide particles has to be underneath there. Okay. To do keep. Okay, down here. Hide particles needs to come after the quads are initialized. Okay, then when we get to update, it's going to say update positions. It's going to go through the quads, and then it's going to be setting all their transform positions to things that are where they're actually meant to be. But initially, just throw them all up higher. I do think I kind of messed up on this though. Up above, yeah. So the way it has to be done is you say vector3 hide position equals, let's see, vector3 is a struct. I don't have to say new, but I do need to initialize it. We'll say hide position x equals hide position z equals 0, hide position y equals 1000. All right, and then let's just put this all in the block. I have to remind myself that this code is sort of temporary and might need to be deleted or revised. To do keep, so I put these to dos in. Eventually I come back to them and find any junk code that I might have left. Okay. What happened there is the initialization turned on all the renderers and they're very bright. I think it'll be okay though. I can fix that problem if I need to. Okay, so the particles got hidden. They're all up above. Interesting. It felt slightly faster. It felt slightly faster. I was not expecting it to be slightly faster. At some point I might have to get into numerics because this is getting pretty subjective. I was hoping that it would just be very, very clear that that was a fast way to do it, but it was just, it felt in the middle. Now if I do it again, I suspect, yeah, I don't feel that delay. It's starting to get real subjective. I'm gonna run it again. This is a bad side effect, but I think I know how to get rid of that problem. There's something like it's warming up the object. You know, it's doing something like saying, "Oh, you are going to use this. You are going to fiddle around with this object. Oh, okay, then we better wake up." There's something like that. If I could pre-warm the object, whatever the action is that needs to be taken, that says, "Yeah, we're going to do shit with this object," that would be real nice. But it's a black box, and I don't understand what the thing is. So now it's fine. I mean, there's a little bit of... Yeah, you know, I can feel it there too. There's other stuff to optimize around that, though. I know about that. So you can kind of see the delay here. I'll show you. So I'm going to hold down the key, and it's kind of like the same thing as running towards the A. But the key repeat is a constant value. So it'll go, and then when it actually hits that A, it's not going to be evenly spaced. So I go. So it was like, yeah. Okay. I think I can try the scale solution real fast. I don't think it'll take that long. But there's one troubling thing about this. It doesn't make me expect any different result from the scale. And the troubling thing is that it seems like there's some general warm-up, and it applies to more than one type of change that I might want to make. So if I set the renderer enabled or disabled, there's a delay. And I thought that, you know, there was something special about the renderer being enabled or disabled that, you know, if I just avoided doing that, I could get rid of the delay. But the other alternative thing that I just tried, setting the position, has the same kind of delay. It might be a little bit less, but it's the same kind of delay. And it feels like there's some, like I said, a general warm-up that either operation ends up asking for. But let's try the other way. I don't know if I'm doing local scale or scale. I think it doesn't matter for my particular case. But I'm just going to check and see what I did with the other scale. I did local scale. Okay. I'll keep it that way. All right, let's give it a shot. This same issue with that approach because I haven't turned the renderers off. And it won't run the hide particles. Okay, cool. Huh. That felt faster. Weird. Weird. Holy shit. Bizarre. It's faster to set the scale on an object than it is to set the position. Notably faster. Wow. Let me check out my stats here. They're terrible. Boy, they're absolutely terrible. Okay, so it seems to me that I managed to solve the first problem and cause another one. So that delay completely went away when I used scale instead of using either renderer enabled, disabled, or position setting. However, the frame rate has dropped quite low, and it's so disturbingly low that I need to verify that it was my changes that caused that frame rate change, because it should be like 300 frames per second or something like that in this very simple level. But it seems like maybe having all the particles around is to blame for the frame rate like plummeting. All right, so then let's see. Let's put this back to the original way. Leave that out. Yeah, I just kind of caught it out of the corner of my eye that like the spinning of this altar was not smooth. Okay. Okay. Case closed on that one. You do not want to have a bunch of game objects just sitting there with scale 0. All right, I'll be right back. to be a very educational session for me. Also, it's humbling as well, because I take an approach sometimes. There's like a built-in Unity thing, and I say, I can do it better. I can do it better. So my thought was, when I created these particle effects, that a significant amount of time in CPU calculation was finding and updating the positions of the particles after the particles have been emitted. And I said, you know what I'll do? I will perform all the calculations at one time when the object initializes. And that's going to be way better than the Unity particle system, because I know the Unity particle system, it doesn't use like some sort of pre-calculation of all the paths of the particles. I mean, maybe it does. I don't know. It's a black box. But I really doubt it, because they have all these parameters that you can specify, and so many permutations. It just doesn't seem like that approach is being used. They would do the more normal thing and just calculate on the fly all the positions of the particles. So I thought that would be a significant cost. So I wrote my own particle system, which is used for quite a few effects in the game, with this idea of a predetermined path of every particle. That calculation performed one time. But it didn't turn out that that was a significant factor. It was more of a significant factor to this sort of object warm up, and using a full game object for each particle seems to be like that's a major impediment to performance. And I'm sure Unity's system doesn't have a full game object for every particle that they've got. They've got something more efficient than that. So yeah. There is still this thing though where it's all performant. I think it is. Let me try it. Let me try it again. You see that there? It went down to 17 frames per second and came all the way back up to 400. Okay. So now here's my theory. It's all warmed up. Now I'll try the running push test. Okay, there's a little bit of a there. So it's warmed up, but it is still a significant thing to start those particles in visibility, turn all the renderers on after it's been warmed up. It's not as bad prior to the warm-up, but it's still there. And the only one that didn't have that warm-up issue, the delay issue, was the scale, but scale just tanks the frame rate, like in a general way. Or I should say scale doesn't do it, but leaving all of those particle game objects around tanks the frame rate in general, not just at the time of the event, of the pushing event or the starting the particles. So when I just take the running start, I'm watching the frame rate as I do it. I think it went down in the 20s. It probably was lower than that. I mean, this frame rate counter is just sampling at different points in time. But when there's something where you can feel the delay, it's usually more than 100 milliseconds, maybe 50. So I would guess this is right around 100 millisecond delay. So a warm-up would partially alleviate this. Okay. Let me see if I can code an update warm-up. It's a hack, like I was saying, but let's see. First I'm going to try show particles and hide particles. Let's do our particles warmed up. Okay. Down here, go into the update to state wait. Let's see. If this works, I probably want to add the warm up into my state machine instead of creating a new status tracking variable. Okay. Okay, frame rate's fine. I don't know, did that have that delay? So hard to. That one did feel faster. Might be a thing where it needs 2 frames. So I might be canceling out the warm-up activity by showing then hiding in the same frame. Okay, so if that's the case, let's just go where's that state at? Here we go. So we'll say warm up. Now before I clutter this up, I'll keep it separate here. Int particle warm up count. there's one bad thing about this is that it would show the particles for one frame. That felt good. I'm sure it's still got that little bit of a catch, but I think that did warm it up. It's still got the kachunka, but I think this gets by most of the horribleness. Let's go ahead and load one of the levels where it's got even more. Yeah, Moebium, that's the one. This one takes a while to load. It's got a lot of geometry. Okay, so now I should have warmed up effects on everything. It's fast. It's fast. Okay, it's not ideal. But I fixed the thing that was really terrible. Like, it was so bad that the delay was causing an extra command to be issued because the logic that checks for you to let go of the key wasn't running. That's not quite right, but basically it was issuing a second command because it was interpreting it as you had held down the key long enough that a new command should be issued, and it was causing you to die by taking an extra step forward in the direction. And this is that's just fine. Okay, so I have a pretty acceptable optimization here. It's not perfect. I'm humbled about writing a performant particle system, I gotta admit. My initial idea of what needed optimizing was wrong. I'm not going to go switch everything off to Unity particle system because there are advantages still of what I've created. I don't know how to create the exact same deterministic effects inside of the Unity particle system without getting into like something beyond tweaking the knobs inside of the inspector. Like, there would have to be some kind of custom code written, and it would have to support full game objects as particles. It would have to have a path that's plotted out in order to recreate the effect I actually like quite a bit, you know. So that means that I'm going to clean this up, use the existing state machine, and write, you know, some good maintainable code from this. So this will be warm up 1, warm up 2, okay, delete this. for all the code that uses weight. Okay, so this, let's put it to warm up 1. Okay, so then we can say this is show particles, return. If state, oops. Hide particles, return. Okay. There's an argument that I should have like encapsulated these functions into like warm up 1, warm up 2, and each one would just call show particles and hide particles. I'm not really a fan of doing that for it doesn't give me an advantage. Okay, so I will write some notes here explaining the warm up, or I'll say see comments at top explaining warm up, because I'll forget why I did this. I'll look at it and say this looks like garbage code, I don't understand it, it's cruft, it's nonsense, and I'll yank it out 1 year later. Or there might be somebody else on my team and they'll yank it out. I'll say I got rid of this code, it works fine. Yeah, did you read the comments at the top? Okay. Oh, I also have to set the state, which is maybe making the thing I said less reasonable about not putting these in a function, because now there's 2 things that function could do. So in theory, I could put warm up 1, warm up 2. But I think I'm still in a place where this is more easy to maintain when it's inlined instead of encapsulated in a function. Part of it is that there isn't a good concept to encapsulate with. If I say warm up 1, then it just means there's some generic 2-step warm-up process. If I say show particles and hide particles as a name for it, then at that point I might as well just put it all in here. Okay. Now, this one's pretty expensive here too, but don't need that one. But I did do it one time during the initialization, so that's a little bit better. Okay, this I can get rid of. This is interesting, but I'm going to get rid of it. Alright, I need to write my comments. My comments are guarding warm-up. Or just warm up. Design. There was a problem with the renderers, the particle renderers taking a lengthy frame drop when the first time particles were shown. Other ideas that were tried didn't work. This is important because I'll look at this and I'll say, well, why am I doing it that stupid way? I should do it a more efficient way. I've got a better idea. If one of those better ideas is the same one I already tried, then I want to write a message to myself to warn me away from a red herring. The solution is to show and hide particles. To enable, disable particles once. Particles renderers once before the effect is actually needed. Do the warm-up in one frame instead of two. Still get the result. Set scale. Okay, set. Leave renderers on. Use position Y to move particles out of view space, out of camera view. Still get the delay later. Wait, was that true? There is a delay. Yeah, that was true. That was true. Let me write this a little bit differently. Still get, no, okay. Leave renderers on, but set scale X, Y, Z to 0 to hide particles. Works, but drops general frame rate to 20 frames per second, to around 20 frames per second. Yeah. There is still a frame drop when particle effect starts after the warm-up. With the warm-up approach, it just isn't nearly as bad. Other solutions may be worth considering. Use warm-up. Let's see, basically this stuff. Okay. Let's see, did I clean this up proper? I kept worrying about this calc final positions taking significant time. I mean, I'm sure it does do a bunch of stuff, but it just doesn't seem to matter. Yeah, it just doesn't seem to matter. Like, it's just a little blip. It's not really worth optimizing at this point. When I do explode non-pooled, it will do all those calcs at the beginning with update calc attributes. So I don't get any optimization from this approach with these non-pooled exploders. But anyways, it doesn't seem like that needs optimizing though. Okay, what are you saying here? Okay. Got it. Although it's a struct, couldn't I just say center point equals child position? Yeah, that should be fine. All right. Okay, let's see if I regressed anything. Okay, that's cool. I'll get rid of that. By that. Should also be looking at the block particle effects because I wrote code for that. I might throw in some sploders. Okay. Cool. Okay, block worked. Okay, I'll kill myself to see the other particle explosion. That's all fine. So that kind of particle explosion I could recreate more easily with the Unity particle system, and I might get better performance with it. Like, it does have an effect on this frame rate. Like, after I explode that, the frame rate goes, it halves, and I've just got a lot of budget there. It's like, on this CPU anyways, it's, you know, at 500 something frames per second. It drops down in the 200s. So I'm not worried about that yet, but I'm just noting to myself, some of these effects, I might be better off, even though I'm so proud of them and all that, to just rewrite inside the Unity built-in particle system. That one I could probably do, or get pretty close. It might even look better inside of Unity. It would just be a question of twiddling knobs and setting the image that's used for the particle to match what I wanted to use, and then just a lot of tweaking. It might be like a day of tweaking knobs to get something I was happy with. All right, so that's a pretty good fix. Yeah, not like something I'm 100% proud of, but maybe 92%. I'm writing also the text I'll put in the release notes. That's why I'm kind of fiddling around with it for a long time. Yeah. Okay. So let me go over to my release notes. Man, this was quite a lot of pocket design here. Okay, let's just delete all this. Okay, let's move on to something else. I got level bugs. I don't want to open up either of these levels on stream. So I might do a little work later off stream for that. This one I don't think is going to matter, because I've been fixing the frame rates just all over the place. So it used to be that a lot of the screens would get down into the 20 frames per second. And then the predictions, which are those little pink squares that show up around the player character, those would take longer to appear. So my thought was I could write code that would spend a little more time on each frame working on putting the predictions together. Don't need to. I brought the frame rate up. So except for one level, all blocks plateau, I've got a good frame rate across the board. Yeah, if it drops down under 20 frames per second, the target hardware is, yeah, I don't think I should mess with this. I'm gonna take that out. Some of these things are features. Stairs, I'm gonna say wait for Windows Dev setup. So this bug only appears on Windows. Or there's probably like some specific video cards. But I've seen it on the 3 playtesters who are on Windows, and I've seen it on my Windows machine, which is a little $600 gamer's machine laptop. What I've got coming in February is a larger monitor to hook up to that Windows machine. Basically, I'll install Unity on that machine, and I'll see if I can reproduce this, not in the player build, which is a pain in the ass to trial and error on, but in the development environment, the Unity IDE. So I don't want to fiddle around with it until I've got that monitor, so I'm going to wait for that. Yeah, a lot of these are just like improvements I wanted to make. So let's look at the bugs. Bug must stop all sound effects from playing. Anything looping will play forever. So if you say, okay, so this all split out. Well, no, it is kind of together. Okay, let me work on this one. This one I need to think about. So that's the bug. All right, requirements for myself, which I'm sure seems like a bureaucracy, especially for a lone indie to write requirements themselves. But it helps me clarify my thoughts, and I waste less time overall. Just checking a few things. All right. So I start thinking of things that I want to happen. I want my keyboard to not have scum on it. So you see J's being typed there. That's me cleaning little bits of stickiness off. Oh, stop it. There needs to be a mode you can put your computer into, which is I'm just cleaning my keyboard. I suppose that would be turning your computer off. There also should be a mode which is no iTunes ever. I never want to see iTunes. I never want iTunes to come up. Hate iTunes. I've already Googled uninstall iTunes. It is a whole procedure. It's like removing a Siamese twin from yourself. All right, requirements. I'm thinking about, is there a general purpose way to do this that is not going to cause me problems in the future? I know I wanted music, songs to I wanted them to not be shut off in a abrupt way, in a non-faded way when you go to the level selector. I think it just fades out the music already. Okay, let's see. Song manager. Yeah, I've got crossfading built into Song Manager. Okay. I'm seeing how things currently work before I describe how I want things to work, because I have respect for some previous version of myself that thought about this a little bit. Let's do Stop song. Who called stop song? Player ascended effect called stop song. And it started playing the you win this level song, okay? Hallway, which is part of the level selector, calls stop song as well. And stop song has a default fade out of 3 seconds. So songs are handled. Songs are handled. I don't need to worry about songs. Songs continue to fade in out as they do now. This is independently controlled from sound effects. Okay. If you have looping sound effects playing and you're in a level and go to level selector, it stops or turns down volume of effect. If you return from level selector to level, the looping sound effect is restored. If you go to another level, looping sound effect stops. There's also another kind of sound effect which is not looping, it's just long. And they should probably also do the same thing. So let me just say sound effects in general. Okay, if that's ideal. Now if that's hard, let's see, are stopped or ideally faded out. sound effects stuff. Okay, not just looping ones. I should say all sound effects. But this is where it gets tricky. Other than those associated with level selector. Damn, that's another problem, because I was picturing like some really simple general purpose commands that just said, okay, for all the sound effects, just go ahead and fade them out, fade out their volume. Don't have to think too hard about that one. And then I could say, for the second case, if I go back to the level, say like continue playing, then just fade their volume back in. Wouldn't have to manage their state other than that. And then if the user picked another level, and then I just call that general purpose audio point S stop all, which just stops everything. But that would also kill the nice sound of choosing the level, which is that sound kind of like if you ever took a screwdriver to the side of a shopping cart, a wire shopping cart, or a metal cage with those wires, and just let it hit all the points on it. It sounds kind of like that. I think it actually comes from a saw blade, the sound that I put in there. Just processed it. Okay. This is a worthy bug for a Sunday afternoon. This has got some hours in it. But I want to do it the right way so I don't have to think about it a lot in the future. It wouldn't be too hard to hack something in real quick that said, just cancel this particular sound because I know it's screwy, or just cancel all the looping sounds. It wouldn't be too hard. Okay, I think I got the requirements. Let me start listing out solutions. First one's easy. I just don't fuck with songs. They work fine. Number one. Okay. Create a protected flag for sound effects. Protected sound effects don't get faded out. Okay, and then level to selector transition. I'm being a little bit hand wavy here, but would say set a timer and set a timer and fade the volume on all playing sounds, and I owe myself a better description of how that's accomplished. Okay, selector to level transition for all unprotected playing sounds. Okay, audio point S stop all unprotected sounds. I don't like that protected or unprotected name. Okay. It's just a word though. I can play with different words. Okay, this whole set a timer thing. Who's actually doing anything with this? There's got to be an update someplace. Let me see if Audio Point has already got an explicit update and or Audio Point pool. I don't think that's where it is. I think it's in, I think I put in, yeah, really? Okay. Audio Point pool. Okay. Sound effects. I think that this is where I put it. Yeah. All right, so let's just say open questions. So, I'm jumping to higher and lower levels of specification, and sometimes I don't want to get too down into the details until I'm fine with the higher concept. Open questions. Implement transition where. Sound effects update. Okay. Okay, I just want another idea. Are there any other ideas on how to do this? Okay, brute force way. Level to selector. This is delightfully easy. Audio point S. Stop all. That's it. Everything stops. There's no restoration. If you say continue, if there was some sound that was going on, then whatever code started that sound up again has to restart it. But there is code like that already, so and maybe it's not bad to just stop all the sounds because you're going to a meta place. Many games I will hit the pause button and all the sounds stop. That is kind of nice, actually. That might even be preferable to doing like a kind of fade in the background type thing. Because you're going meta. You're going outside the game. Okay. Any recurring, okay, any sounds that the level should make. Persistent sounds that e.g. exit are re-enabled by game code. Man, what am I saying when I say game code? By whatever code originally initiated them. So if let's think about that a little bit. sometimes we just lose a long playing sound. So thinking about character speech, which I believe the audio point pool will be used for that. Maybe not the sound effects class, which is really for sound effects, not speech. But the audio point pool will be used for that. So if, some character says, and the most important thing I have to tell you is, and you hit escape, then you basically cut his speech midway through. But the samples are going to be, the audio clips for dialogue are going to be initiated by the level controller scripts, and they will do one line at a time. So you'll be interrupting one sentence. I'm not going to have like an entire speech, paragraphs and paragraphs of text. All in one audio clip. Okay. So if I have to, and I don't yet, but if a case comes up where I really do need to resume some audio right where it was playing at, what I can do is have another function like audio point get play state, and it just returns back a list of all of the play positions inside of different sound effects or clips. Just makes a snapshot of that and gives you enough information that you could resume any of those. So I can add that in later. It's not like I'm painting myself into a corner with this approach. This is wonderfully cheap. Like, I get to avoid a lot of logic with this approach. It really would just be, all right, you're going to the level selector, stop all audio, all of it. And then as soon as you're there, you'll start doing other things that start more audio. But that's okay. I didn't stop that audio. I stopped everything that was playing before you got there. So you'll still have all the good sound effects. When you select a level, nothing gets stopped there. There's no stopping that happens when you select a level. I think that works fine. All right. So here's the pros and cons of the approaches. Slick, fading type thing. Can put audio at a very low level to give idea it's still give idea that old level is still available to play. Minus tricky logic bound to create new bugs that need fixing. Minus hours of work. Minus unclear if I've captured all use cases. Alright, so those are the pros and cons of this. This one, giant plus plus plus. Easy. Minus abrupt stopping of sounds. Maybe doesn't sound as nice. Minus, what's the opposite of this? Handles resuming without resuming audio on continuing level. Minus resuming audio must be special cased. Though I could add a general solution later. Okay, let's see. There was a number 3. This one I almost feel like it could work, but I don't think it's worth it. Fade out all. Take a snapshot of all playing sounds at time of a fade out all call, and then fade them out over a duration, e.g. 2 sec. Okay. Plus, relatively easy. Plus, sounds stop smoothly, you know. Minus resuming audio must still be special cased. And then let's see. Resuming audio very fast might cause a doubling up of some sounds. So if I've got some code that says when you return the level, we're going to do something like play the level exit sound again. It might still be fading out when I come back, and then you could hear the tail end of the old sound, which was there playing, while the new one, which is a copy of the other one, plays at the same time. That could be an annoying bug. I can handle that by just doing a stop all. No, that causes other problems. I could handle it by taking this same snapshot, which would just be like an array of managed audio points or audio clips, and zeroing them as soon as the level starts. So that wouldn't mess up the sound effects that play inside the level selector, but it would just kind of cut out that sound so it doesn't double up if the code, when you return to the level, chooses to play the same sound again. So here's where I'm at. I'm pretty sure number 2 is going to work. If I don't like the abrupt stopping of sounds, I can go to number 3. And I think that's pretty good. So 2 should probably work, and if not, then I'm interested in 3. 1, just, I like it less and less the more I think about it. It's overwrought. I also feel like it's really a good thing to have the sound just instantly turn off when you go to the meta screen. If you've ever been like interrupted in the middle of playing a game, and your spouse comes in and says, "Hey, can you do the thing?" And I'm like, "What? You just want to escape real quick and just, yeah, yeah, yeah." And then your spouse goes away and you go back to playing the game. So you want that sort of quick escape when you just get out of the game, because there's something really annoying about having the thing that you were previously really in tune with still be in front of you while you have to deal with something else. So anyways, I think number two. So let's go to hallway. Let's find the place where it says stop all the songs. And let's just say if does it work for the songs. Let's do the same thing for audio point. Yes. Oh, wait a minute. Does this thing that I'd hoped is there actually exist? Audio point pool S. Stop. Oh, yeah, it's there. Okay, not equal null. Audio point pool S stop all. There's a criticism of comments that they get out of date with the code, but I actually do update my comments, and they do help me, the ones I leave, so I think I'm pro comments, but I just want a little sanity to them. Okay, and this here. Maybe this whole thing is just one line of code. All right. We shall try it. We shall try it. All right, so I'm going to step on the altar. I'm going to hit escape right away. First off, it didn't work, because that code in question does not appear until you go to the restore screen. So here, let's go back, continue. Let me do another thing, which is I'll play a song. I'll hit escape. So when I go to restore, all right, it stops it. So I could move those two lines of code off to the meta menu. Say that like when you go to the meta menu, that's when it stops everything. All right, let me see. Let's go to this level. That seam there I can fix. I know how to fix seams like that now. That light seam. I've got much more advanced. Okay, here's the looping sound effect right here. Okay, so it's not going to stop it right away currently, although I'm going back and forth on if I want to have it stop right away. Go here, it will stop, I think. I'm right. Okay. There's another option here, which is what I have right now. I didn't realize that this other fourth option is available. So I don't get the immediate stop all the audio thing when I go to the escape menu. But there's sort of a best of both worlds thing going on here. All right, so here's the best of both worlds. If I hit escape, say I got a song playing. Okay, I didn't stop the song yet. You might go back to that same level. The song would just continue playing, right? Say someone's talking. So they go, well, the important thing I have to tell you is, you go to here, they're still talking. The important thing I have to tell you is, go east. So you still hear them talking while you're on this continue screen. That doesn't feel quite right, though, for the game to be continuing without you while you're here. It feels like this should pause. I wonder what happens if I set time scale to 0. Or maybe, will it pause all the audio too and just resume it from where it left off? Oh, that would be pretty cool if it did. Let me check this. Unity time scale. Yeah. animators will keep playing. That shouldn't mess up many things. I'm just wondering, does it affect audio? I would expect it not to. I want to filter on my text messages whenever anybody sends me a TikTok link. I just don't want a little noise to be heard. I'll come look at their text later, maybe check out some of the TikTok links, but I just don't want every time somebody thinks it's a good idea to send me a TikTok link to hear a little noise from my phone. Okay. Just take a look at this guy. Yeah, that's the thing. So if I go to a pause menu, I've got stuff going on in that pause menu too. And maybe I do want the pause menu to have some more animation later. Okay. So let me just rule this out that it's any kind of silver bullet. Okay, that's it. Let me look at this again and think about everything. So I have to worry about pauses less than other games because the nature of this game is it does have a built-in pause. It waits for you to issue a command before it updates anything. So there's something nice about that. So like it's nothing to me that the alter animation is still rotating while I've got the meta menu up. It's a nice thing. If I've got some clouds moving in the background, that's a nice thing. Let's get some music playing so I can be annoyed by that. So let's assume that it's fucking annoying for music to play when you hit the escape button, but it would be nice when clicking continue to have the music resume. Other things, how they'd be handled. If there's a level exit sound or some kind of looping sound that's playing, having it mute while the meta menu comes up would be beneficial. If there's dialogue where one line is talking, more than that. Before I was talking about like, okay, you might lose one line, but I forgot there's this extra meta menu state, and the level controller is still running. and the speech manager is still running. It's got a queue. That queue is taking each clip, and as soon as one clip finishes, it goes and starts playing the next one. So if you wanted to pause in the middle of some character's speech, you want not just for the character's speech to not be blabbing while your spouse came in to ask when you're gonna, move the water heater or whatever the fuck it is. You not only do you want that to not be playing, you don't want to lose the position inside of the character's speech, because the game is still active underneath, and speech is one of the things that doesn't have this nice built-in pause to it. Okay, so I've got some more requirements. And I can revise this. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. Number one, I'm gonna delete. I don't need to do this. I can just discard that. I think I would be happy without any fade out, so I'm just gonna take that out. Okay. These requirements are wrong. Okay. So we'll say about the level to meta menu transition. Put some requirements underneath. Music stops. Fade out, okay. Sound effects stop. Speech stops. Level controller code doesn't do anything. Level controller is paused. Speech queue is paused. Ideally, I was going to say the last line would be repeated from the start. I don't know. That seems like it could cause further problems more than it's worth. Okay. Meta menu to level transition. Continue. Music resumes. Looping sound effects resume. Level controller unpauses. Speech queue unpauses. Okay, then we got meta menu. This part I think I've got nailed down in my current solution. To restore all sound effects, stop, and all sound effects, song, speech. Okay, so that got done. So it's really these two. Okay. So let's. So I solved the first problem. Now I'm moving on to a new problem, which is what should happen when you go from the level to the meta menu back to the level. Okay, so number one. Audio point pool S duck all. I could do a pause. Yeah, I could do a pause. That's way better than volume. I was thinking like just turn the volume off on all of them, and then we'll turn the volume back on them. Okay. And then okay, so level to meta menu. Pause manager. Set paused. Let's see. Game pause manager. The S there tells me it's going to be bootable. So it'll be a new class or booter. Actually, it could be pause. Okay, and inside of that, whatever it needs to do, this is the right place to put it. So I can have like some general purpose pause and unpause functionality here. Calls. So that's paused. Flag equal true. Unpause. Okay. Speech. Update, exit without. Ooh, I don't need to do anything. If I actually, no, I do. Okay. I think speech needs a pause and unpause too. Because there's subtitles that appear on the screen that they don't have anything to do with an audio clip playing. and text is shown on the screen for a little bit. Okay. Level controller. Don't call any events of derived class while paused. Also an interface for geez. This is the hard part right here. This is quite hard. But I think I've got a good chance to do it right, and I think also having a single place for all the stuff to be centralized in is the right way to do it. Yeah. So there'll be a general flag that anything can call and just say, are we paused? But in some cases, there'll be a specific action that a module or a class should take in response to pause or unpause. And in that case, the game pause manager will just call that explicitly in the other module. Okay, so that's one way. Here's a variation on the above. Variation. iPausable. Unpause on unpause. You know what Game Pause Manager can also do? It can keep track of the amount of time that has elapsed during the pause, and it can pass it along. So we could say float pause duration, and then it might be that whatever object was paused, when it gets called the on unpause, it will need to perhaps update certain timing values. So, for example, in the speech controller, I could say, okay, we're not going to process any speech in our queue while we're paused, but I can wait for the unpause, and it'll pass the duration that we were paused for, and then I can go through any variables that had timing values that might say things like, this sound is done playing at a certain time, and I can just add the pause duration to those variables when unpause is called. Further, I'm really liking this number 2 option now. Variation number 1. I don't need to have Game Pause Manager aware of any specific things that need to be paused. It can be a dependency injection. So I can do register pausable. Say Game Pause Manager, register pausable, and we say I pausable. Okay, there is one problem with this, or one thing that is like a little bit harder to manage. I need to be very careful that I don't hold on to something that's pausable after a scene unloads. So I'm passing iPausable. Maybe I want one more parameter. Bool unloads with scene. We'll say equals true as a default, and just to. Anyways, nah, just leave that for now. Okay, unloads with scene. Okay, then when since this is a bootable, it's going to get an event for the scene unloading. On scene unload, and you can unregister or clear pausables from registered list that unload with sync. Okay, this is feeling like the way to go. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. So this has a good separation of concerns compared to the first one. This one has to know inside of its code a little bit about all these other things that might need pausing or unpausing. Like it needs to know we're going to pause the audio point pool, we're going to pause the speech controller. I also probably will not need this is paused flag. That might be kind of an anti-pattern, because if I'm already wanting everything to register with this, so it gets all handled in the same kind of way, and so it's easy to maintain and make the same set of changes in multiple places, then I don't want to create like a backdoor interface where that other module is just checking, are we paused right now? Are we paused now? So I might like wait until a case comes up where I actually need that. No. Yeah. Alright, this is the way I'm going to do it. I don't need to do the pros and cons. This is it. Okay. So let me see. This should go in booter. $2:28. I think I got just enough time to get this done. It might take me an hour or two, and then start on getting the level build out there, or the playtester build out. Let's grab all this stuff and move it over. So I can just kind of have it in one spot. That did not paste well. I'm just gonna keep it where it was before. Okay, so game pause manager. Okay, void pause. Void unpause. And it's going to be float pause duration. Okay. Public void pause. Okay, it's going to be iPausable. Possible. And oh, also cool. Okay, and then public override unseen unload. Okay. So then we got a list. Let's do a private class that will hold the iPausable itself, and then also its status of unloading. Or, just to make it maybe a little simpler, let's do list iPausable scene pausables list iPausable booter pausables. Okay. All right, so then here, this one is pretty easy. I think I want to check that it's not already there. The same instance. But I can do that with an assertion. Debug. Okay. If unloads the scene, register possible. Not scene pausables contains pausable. There we go. Scene pausables add pausable. Return, and then the other one is going to be for boot. Okay, I gotta make sure those get initialized. Let's do it right here. Okay. So this one is kind of nice because I don't have a Boolean to check. I can just do scene pausables clear right here. Done with that. time minus pause start time, new variable. Okay, I just thought of something that is a lot simpler here. Well, I was going to do a check to see if it's castable to bootable. The problem is that because it's a generic, I would need to have the type that is inside of this bootable parameter. So I'll put it back how I had it before. That would have been kind of nice, but you know, who cares? It's not that big a deal. Float, pause, start time. Okay, so if you pause, then you set the pause start time right here. Time. Okay. So that part seems good to me. There's some nice automatic way to do this with attributes too. You know, where I could put in front of a class, I could put pausable, and then it would just automatically register. Never written attributes before. I'll just look at it real quick to see how hard it is. If it looks like slightly hard, I'll just stop. Because this will work fine. Explicitly calling register. Writing a custom attribute. Writing custom attributes. Yeah, that one. Alright, I'll be right back. I appreciate this dude posted this. However, I can't vote more than once in a day. This is like third-hand information, so I want to dig in a little bit further. Okay, so mine would have to be different. The attribute target would have to be class. I'm assuming that's how it works. I don't really get where is the binding between this class name and this name. Like, I don't see anything up here that binds this class to this position unless it's a magic name thing, or if you call something position attribute, it'll automatically be called for this. And then he's saying the custom inspector thing. I don't really need that. That was no. Do not want a tutorial. All right. Attribute usage. Okay, so these are actually C#, have nothing to do with Unity. C#, how, let's see, custom, yeah, that one. There we go, docs, official docs. Okay, this is not bad at all. So I'd say pausable. And then I might have that alones with scene parameter passed. Then it goes into the constructor. And this code here will call the pause manager and attempt to register itself. However, there could still be a problem. The sequence everything is set up. I don't know when this attribute code is going to be called. It's probably, well, it would have to be called when the object is instance. I just don't see any other way. Let's see. Alright. This feels like it was an interesting thing to look at, but it's got a little bit of risk to it. And the approach I've got is already pretty straightforward. I satisfied myself at least that it shouldn't be hard in the future if I want to do something with an attribute to do it. But I'm a little bit worried about introducing some other issue I gotta think about. So I'm not going to use it for this. It's easy enough to just have whatever class needs to be possible to just call register possible. So the ones that need to do this. Level controller. Stop. Why would you do that to me? Oh, because I didn't type avoid, that's why. Okay, on pause. This doesn't have anything to do. Then we say on. Unpause. Float. Pause. Duration. So if the derivative class that implements level controlling code for a specific level has implemented on pause or on unpause, and they can do stuff inside of it. Okay. But they don't have to. They don't have to do anything. It's just like if something's going on that level that I really want to pause, then I'll go ahead and pause it. Okay, so let's say we call on pause. Let's say we call on unpause. Now I'm looking at everything down here. We'll say for the update, if paused, if it's paused, then just don't do anything. Just don't. You don't have to do anything. I should use these more. Those are useful. Okay, change state. Let's go ahead and lock the state up above 2. That's should be a nice check, or a nice cautionary thing to do. I see. So this is done so that if I call the handler and the level controller, it doesn't change the state further, which is confusing as fuck. So on state change, the contract is the caller should not change the state inside of it. Okay, that should do it. Okay, that's pretty good. Oh, so I'm making this more complicated than it needs to be. Let's take that out. It's got a very specific purpose. If I add that there, it kind of feels like I had a real good reason to put it there, and I don't. I don't know that there's going to be any problem with the state attempting to be changed while we're paused. And so I don't need to defend against imaginary threats. All right, so that is the level controller. Oh, I also need to register. Looking for a start or a constructor. I don't think it's a mono behavior. Oh, it is. That's right, it is. Okay. Is there a start? There's an on level start. Okay. What do they have for update? Handle update. I feel like using my other naming convention, explicit update, which will break something, but I can fix that real easy. It's a nice little window within a window thing they've got here. Okay. Say that. Yeah, okay. you know? What are you talking about? It's just a protected virtual. Are you saying all protected? Or all virtuals are expensive? Is that your thought? How do you know it's expensive? It's got an empty body in it. What makes you say it's expensive? Does the virtual table look up? Is that what you're complaining about? Also, I'm wondering what happens if I just set all of these on speech complete. Does this really need to be public? Can it be protected? This needs to be public, I think. Maybe. Okay, if I'm going to have an overridable, let's put it down there in that other section. And I'm going to move the section up top because I like things in calling order. Calling order makes finding things much easier. Yeah, it's saying this for all the virtuals. It's suggesting I set a variable. That I set a variable and call that variable instead. But I mean, that's what the function table of the object is for. Is C# compilation that inefficient? It's really weird. I don't know. I'm going to ignore that one. Okay, so then let's go to the other thing I know needs iPausable. This one's a little trickier. Oh, I forgot to add my register. Gotta do that. Okay. And level start. Bam, bam, bam. Then we say game pause manager S. Register pausable this. That's it. Okay. And then we say modes of scene true. Okay. And it's okay, go back to speech. Ah, stop it. Oh, actually, it's not an override. In this case, it's just implementing an interface. What is your complaint? Okay, got it. Or can I do protected? No, it's gotta be public. It's because it's part of an interface. Okay, and we got to say float pause duration. We need a bool. Then I feel like I can just update all of the time values by incrementing them with the pause duration. I should be good. Okay, so if I say for each speech event, what is in speech event? Speech events. Of what? All right, I've got some other code down here that looks through it. It's like for each what? Okay, I've got a little private class there. Okay. I saw some other get all of the variables up above, keep them all in one place. Okay, latest end time, that one should get incremented too. Updated that. Just looking for side effects of this pausing stuff. Start and end time. Good. Those are updated. This is not important, it's just a change in coding style since when I wrote the code. paused, or yeah, then we don't do anything. Okay, looking for other timing related variables that I might have missed. All I'm seeing is the ones I already updated. Okay, now I need to register this as a pausable. Is there a init or a start or a... There might not be. Nope. Nope. Okay. So we'll say on awake. Hopefully there won't be a... Is it protected? Yeah, okay. Hopefully there won't be a difference in the order that... I have to have certain bootables come be loaded before other bootables. So we say register. Let's see, game pause manager s register pausable. This false. Okay, the big one to fix is audio point pool. Okay, it's bootable. Implements iPausable. And let's see. Okay, this one's a little different. Because pause for it means something different than the others. It will continue. It will continue to serve up sounds. It'll continue creating, not creating, but allowing playing sounds after it's been paused. That's okay, because my iPausable interface, it doesn't mean that you have to do anything when you get pause or unpause called. It's just telling you the game paused, now it's unpaused. Do what you need to do. That's all it's doing. So let's do pause all. I want to pass what? Audio points. No. For each audio point. Not sure if I've ever paused and resumed an audio source before. I didn't see like an is paused. That's one issue. Hopefully there's some way I can tell from looking at the audio source if it's paused or not. So if audio source is it's faster for me to use Google's lookup here than it is to use Unity's. Even though I'm on the Unity site and I could search scripting, it always works out better to just use Google. Okay, so audio source properties. Let's see what it says about pausing. It's interesting that this example code is tracking the pause state explicitly. I might have to do the same thing. Just okay, so play is gonna play. Player's gonna play. Play is gonna play from a pause state. That's how I started playing. It seems to me I could detect if it's paused by looking at the time position. If it's past 0. Then it's not playing and the time position is not 0, then that would tell me if it's paused or not. Because when I stop, I just release the audio source back. There's also like a pool though, right? Okay, so this is important. My code here says that if an audio point it's not playing, it's available to be reused. calling stop on anything else. Okay, I think I got it. I think I got my solution. So we'll say this. We'll say I'm going to stop it. Say, let's set the position or the time equals 0. Oh no, sorry. Also, if I have to, if this is a bad solution, I can add another field to the audio point that says whether or not it's paused or not. Okay, but it's encapsulated, so it's easy to deal with it. So say is paused. If this approach is wrong, I should be able to change it without doing too much. Okay, so this is going to be audio point, audio source is playing, not is playing, and audio point, audio source time, not equals 0. Okay, what is it? What's the problem? Okay, so this works. No? Okay. Oh, bull. Yeah, that was the issue. Okay. I know. It's 0 though. 0 and floating point should be safe. Let's do this then. Not audio point greater than 0f. Okay, so we say it's paused if it's not playing, and if the time position actually it's the opposite. And okay, if it's not playing and the time position is greater than 0, then it's paused. Let's do is available. And let's just go ahead and have the caller pass in the audio source. It'll make this code more performant. I do have to worry about this code being performant. Here's where I would have liked to do 0. but it's gonna give me grief. So let's just do not greater than 0f. Bam. Okay, so it's not playing and it's at 0. Then it's available. So now I just have to make sure that all these other things are calling these accessors, or not accessors, these audio source manipulators. Put those up top because they're in the right call order inside the file. Okay, this just doesn't matter though, because about to be destroyed. I don't care about setting the time there. Pause all. Unpause all. Say if is paused. Audio point, audio source. Then we're going to play it. Okay, what's your grief? No, I don't want to. Okay, then I need to check through all these. So creating them, that's fine. Start. Let's do this while I remember it. Okay, then here we want to do stop. Okay. Cool. All right, then here I want to say if is available. Okay. All that. Then it's almost all there, the code. I need to go to the meta menu. Figure that business out. But there's like something like a meta manager. Modal manager, that's the one. Okay. This might be a good place to add the pause and pause. Or I can put it down here too. Update. Pause. And I'll pass in. Was it active last frame? Is it active now? Static quote. Update. Paused state. Was modal active? Is modal active? Nothing to do in that case. So then we know at this point in execution that we're changing from pause to unpause state. Okay. Else, yeah. So here we would say game pause manager s unpause. Pause. Okay. That should be about it. Okay, we built. Okay, then I gotta update booter to include the new thing. Okay, I don't know why it continues to do that. Save that right there. Okay, then let's see, what else do I need? I needed to update the booter. want this one to be early because other things are going to ask things of it. I'm not sure if this will by itself change the order, but that's the order I would like it in. I think I did do something maybe in build settings or player settings to explicitly say that it was going to come in a certain order. Not build settings. This was the one. So let's put in, I just don't even want to mess with randomness. Let's put in game pause, Godkiller boot, game pause manager, and we'll say -88. Okay. Apply it. Go ahead. All right. Save it. Cool. Looks good. Save. I'm kind of worried it didn't make this do something that would actually save it, so I'm going to find some token edit that will allow me to mark it as dirty. If I say 2, there we go, 1, save. Okay. And then let's go back to the scene. All right. So if I look at the booter over here, it should now have game pause manager. Cool. So much new code to check. Let's just set breakpoints on these. I know this will call. It'll be fine. Okay. And are we running already in the debugger? Now we are. Okay. So we've got speech. That's getting registered here. It's pretty easy. Speech is bootable. Okay, this is good because the order of instancing worked. I mean, it probably didn't matter too much because nah, it's all right. It's all right. The order of instancing worked. Okay, hit play. This should get called some more times. Okay, here we go. Audio point pool. That's another bootable. Okay, then there could in theory be one with the level controller, but this level doesn't have one. This looks healthy. I'm also going to need a song manager pausable, because let's see. First, let's try it without anything special happening. Okay. Here, I think it's screwed up because it's calling unpause, and I have not. I've got these mixed around, that's all. Okay, cool. But let's go ahead and have it go through. It's going to just call unpause on those two. All right, hit play. Okay, so I can see that the main thing to fix is moving these two around, because when the modal becomes active for the first time, that's when we pause. When it becomes inactive for the first time, or at least when it becomes newly inactive, then we unpause. Third thing is, I might as well put this in now. Song manager should get a pausable too. Okay, I'll be right back. Alright, back to it, back to it. Okay, so here is the start of this. So let's register it. We say game pause manager S register possible this, and this is also one that does not unload with the scene. Okay. Where's the part where it actually plays? Lowerable song, load. It's probably inside of here. Loadable song. Where's loadable song? Oh, I must have put it off in audio. Yeah, okay. Load, unload done, on song loaded. What's on song loaded? Audio clip and metadata. Okay, good. It's not going to play immediately inside of here. I really wouldn't want it to. But there must be a callback. Yeah, it's here. Yeah, then it starts playing here. Active audio source. Okay. So here's how we do it. Do I need this paused? I don't think I do. Let's do it. Okay. So, stop. Okay, there might be some crossfade stuff going on, so I want to make sure that I handle that. And this point. But let's see, are there any timing variables I should set? Yeah, just just anything related to time, I'm just going to add that value to it. Float, 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 float. Event iterators. I'll have to take a look at that one too. Okay, fade start time. Next beat time. Okay. I need to look at these event iterators if they've got timing info on them. Okay, this is good. It doesn't have anything tied to like a system time. It's got offsets that you call it with. Okay, so there's nothing in there. Good. Okay, let's see how it goes. Oh, I gotta pause this whole time? Damn it, I hate it when I do that. Alright. This might cause a force quit. I hope not. Okay, good. So it's pausing first. Let me see what booter pausables I've got. Just 2? Well, that's not good. That means that the song one didn't complete. Okay. Okay, there's my unpause. Although, okay, nothing there. Cool. Okay, let's just exit here because I want to get the song thing working and I didn't see it. Didn't see it register. This is where I thought it would register. Was there any exceptions? Just that one. That old one. Oh, here we go. Oh, because I've got it in the constructor instead of in the on awake. Okay, let's put it in on awake. I think that's the reason. Maybe. Public override. No, protected. Override on awake. Bam. Okay, try that one. Nice. It's too loud. Okay, let's see if it stops the sound effect. It did. Paused it. Partway through. Okay, now I know the effect stuff is not going to be paused. This is kind of an interesting problem. Because if I go... So the particle effect finishes up. But the sound does not. So when I go back to continue, it plays the tail end of the sound. It's a minor thing. Okay, let's see how it does. Song. Okay, then I go to restore. Okay, so that's a thing. Restore unloads the modal, so it unpauses, and then the hallway selector comes up and you know, it stops the sound that was briefly restored. So I think what I can just do is have the code that launches the restore screen also stop sound effects and songs before it comes to this screen, and then that might close that gap. I think that's the right way to do it. Okay, let's go to next to the exit so I can test out that looping sound. melody problems on that. So this is an example of the sound's going to keep playing. It's not bad though. If you're hitting do all the time, you expect a few weird things to happen. So I could set the time to 0. That would probably keep the sounds in sync better with what's going on. But it is sort of nice. You hit escape and then you can see the level exit is still going. Yeah, it's very inviting. So I think aside from occasionally the sound effects getting a little out of sync, that's close to perfect. I mean, that's almost perfect. Okay, but I do want to fix this thing. What is it? Oh, lost the level exit. I think I know why. Leave it for a little bit. No. Huh. It's not terrible to have that little bit of sound there, but I can fix it. Okay. I think I've almost got this. And then I'll probably stop the stream after that and get ready to make the build that goes out to the playtesters. I want to give myself a little time to test it out on Windows before I send it to them because I made so many changes. Okay, so made a menu. This, let's encapsulate a bit. Say song manager, yes, stop song, and then I'm gonna say duration 0F, just instantly stop it because I don't want to hear like a little bit of it play. I want it just to be all done with. Audio point pool. S. Stop all. Okay, there we go. Go to the level selector, then there's another place right here. Okay, I bet that'll do it. Oh. Just so I can see how well it works, I'm just gonna try this. I'm gonna try this real quick. It won't be long. Let's say time scale equals 0. F time scale equals 1F. Fine, let's put it at the end. I appreciate that it works. Question is that what I want? If I go to restore, I like it. I like it. Let me see. Does it cause any problems over here? It doesn't cause any problems. A bit on the fence about it. Let's try one other thing. I do want it. I know why. I know why I want it. Okay, so here's the thing. There's going to be voiceover for all the dialogue. And there'll be little animated faces up on the screen, and they'll be talking. And it'll be synchronized to the audio that's coming out. If I let them keep doing their little voice movements and then I unpause and then the dialogue audio starts playing, but their animations are continuing or have already completed, then it'll be out of sync. I could pause them with iPausable too. I probably will. But then there's also potentially like animations like they're gesticulating while they're talking. I think it's better just have a full pause, everything. Okay, now I'm going to see if all the speech dialogue was also paused. Okay, so that seems to be working. I need to go through every single level and fix things, but I'm not going to do that for right now. Okay, let's just say bothering me. All this stuff I get to delete. Bugs, levels, bug. Little arena. Stair, prefab, screwed up. I just gotta do a pass on all the rails too. I should keep track of it better too, because it's just really a pain to have to go back and figure out which ones I did rails already or not. Okay, it begins. Pause. Yeah, and his hand animations and everything. Good, you have push Billy. Okay, it's all working. Okay, let's get the music going again. Do a restore. Works. Okay. That's the session. If anyone's looking right now, thanks for joining. You're always welcome. And I'm going to keep doing some more work off stream. I'm sure I'll have something to demo tomorrow. And I work on this every day. There's a little number up at the top that says 252. That's how many days in a row I've made progress on the game. And consecutive days in a row. So 252, I'm going to get quite a few more days in a row, I'm sure. All right, stopping the stream, stopping it now.